Yo, what's up, Law? Yo, what's up, Jelly Donut? Yo, good morning, Shiz. Yo, what's up, Jim? Where are the notes at? I mean, that is the notes, right? That you just, those are the Global Lab notes right there? I believe so. Actually, can't you use a Blackstone powder? It takes you to the main page. Oh, yeah. There we go. Oh, it's probably going to be a long time. We need so many of them. Like, I was actually just about to pull up the sheet myself, the Global Lab, and take a look, because I'm pretty sure it's like 30 for every Lightstone I want to upgrade. Yeah, I need... I'm open up my notepad. I need 200 for every Kabua I want to upgrade. Or 100, no, 100 for every Kabua. And I have Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So I need 2,000 just for all my. So 20 times 100. 2,000 for my artifacts. And then every light stone I need 50 to upgrade it. So every light stone in all these 20 sets, there's 40 of them, right? The only thing you don't upgrade is the iridescence. Let's see how many iridescents I have in there. 1, 2, 3, 4. I wonder if you can upgrade these XP ones. Oh yeah, you can. So I also have that too. So another 4 more on top of that. So that actually covers the 4 iridescents. So I need 50 times, well, 20 artifacts times 2 is 40. Times 4 equals what, 160 light stones times 50 is 8,000 more. This is artifact. Light stones. I'm also going to need some for the new light stones, because I'm obviously going to want to upgrade them too. Let's see what I need to make them. Those take 100 apiece, and we're going to need an insane amount of those. Oh, I guess 100 a pop, but I'm going to need like another. I think you can only equip one of those, but it might go up in steps. So I'm just going to assume another like 400 for those. Plus, upgrading your Dawn crystals is going to take 300 apiece. I have 6 times 4, 24. 24 times 300. So, and then Dawn crystal upgrades. Oh, excuse me. 300, or 24 times 300. There's another 7,200 I need. If I want to upgrade all my Dawns, which I do. And then I think that might be it for me. But yeah, that's it. So pull up my calculator. If I need 2,000 magical fragments for all my artifacts, plus 8,000 for my light stones, plus 500. I'm overestimating there for the new crystals, plus 7,200 to upgrade on my dawns. That means I need approximately 17,700 magical fragments. Which means I need practically all of them that I have. And I've been hoarding them for a while, so yeah, magical fragments are going to max price, and they may not recover for a long time. I'm happy I've been hoarding them. That is for sure. I'll probably save myself about 20,000 of them. We should add those to this list now. Magical shards. What's 20,000 times 60 mil? 120. I have 120 bill of these guys? Holy fuck. I'll just do this. And then I have my magical shards, or my memfrags. I got 6,000 of those. Yes, it does. These are only 3 mil a pop. Just 6,000 sharps, or they're not called sharps anymore, are they? Oh yeah, they're still. Sharp. Black crystal shard. And you know what I also want to get more of? Oh, I also have 10,000 Caphras. And I want more of these guys. One. 500 of those should be plenty. If it takes me 500 from my offhand, that will be tragic. There we go. The list is kind of big now. So, let's see how we doing on trash. I need to sell that trash. At least we didn't do much grinding, so that only went up 2 bill yesterday. And then silver, we actually need to add another approximately 200 to that. 2. Zero. 8. 9. No, 7, 9. Okay, there we go. Hold the old calculator. Where's my advanced calculator? Primordial crystals, that is what? A 10 mil a pop, that's 5 bill. Did I run out of blackstone powder? Fuck, I thought I grabbed enough. Shit, didn't I grab 1,000? That wasn't enough. Shit, I wonder if I'll have 20,000 of that. I might not actually. There we go. We have 6.658 trillion prepared for all stuff that we need for it. Oh, we're gonna be just over 20,000. Perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. Yo, what's up, John? We should probably just rename this Edania Prep. Oh, did I? Oh, that's fine. There we go. Perfect. Alright, that's alright. I can only sell these 200 at a time. It's alright, as long as I make sure I save myself 20,000 magical lightstone fragments, I shouldn't, or magical shards, I should be fine. Unless for some reason something comes out and I need even more on top of that, but 20,000 should leave me with a little bit left over. So I've come to a realization, guys. I think I'm on the permanent XP grind now. I think with I think with the Edania selection coming down to gear and then level being the determining factor, I think there will come a point, assuming being an Edana is still relevant at this time, that once everybody gets full deck, it's just going to be level. That's it, right? Once people start getting full capped gear, it's just going to be level. And level is something that you just can't make up quickly. You got to be constantly working on it, because once you fall behind, you're practically forever behind. And I think I'm in a unique position. I mean, I'm not the highest level person on the server, not even close, but I think there's only a handful of people who have actually pushed above 67. So I think staying on top of XP is like the only way to secure it for the future. Otherwise, there might come a point where you're just crossing your finger every week, hoping you're one of the random 3, even once you are gear capped. Gyphon Jail? It's actually not even Gyphon Jail anymore. Darkseekers is actually the... Apparently the XP guys have moved to Darkseekers because Gyphon got hard nerfed. But it's not gear checking the little pups. It's gear based, the queuing, Averona. It's first based on gear. Once it gets to that point, there won't be anybody. Everybody will be the exact same gear because everybody will be full deck, but the 7 will be selected based on XP. Hey, good morning, Elliot. So it's I think we're actually just on the permanent XP grind. I think we cross our fingers and hope and pray that Edana and they at some point address XP. But like the people who've been grinding XP super hard are actually at a crazy advantage because it's actually impossible to catch up to them. Unless they change something, like the people who are level 70, 71, 72, It's actually impossible to catch up to them. So once it gets to the point where people are gear capped, only their slots are really guaranteed, right? So I think we stay on top of XP. And then when Edania comes out, we hope that maybe they, like, Edania XP is so boosted that people start pushing level 100 or something like that. Or it makes it seem reasonable to start getting levels beyond that. Bottomless is going to be down bad unless the equilibrium scroll. Yeah, they're going to have to that's the thing, is they have to equilibrium scroll every single time they fought them. And they don't even give those out enough, because I'm pretty sure you can't even get those in the shop. They give out those like once a year, so that means they can only reroll once a year, right? I don't think these are in the shop. Where's the search? So yeah, the bottom guys are down bad. They might not ever get to... They might just be praying that they're part of the random. Now, let's be a little more realistic. Considering how long it's going to take, even if we assume that in a month we'll be able to start getting 5 stones a week. Let me open a Byrog's sheet. Let's go based off the average. So, and we're going to be using the stacks he suggested. So 1.37 plus 1.38 plus 1.87 plus 2.77 plus 4.81 plus 10.89 plus 13.07 plus 15.71 plus 33.21 plus 44.4. So that's an average of 130 clicks per armor. So times 4 is 518 clicks. If you get 5 stones a week, so this is starting in a month from now too, because it's actually 518 stones. So we'll just say 5 stones a week. That's 100 weeks. That's 2 years. If you have average luck. 2 years now to get full deck armors, assuming you have average luck. I think it's safe to say that there'll probably be new gear by 2 years from now. So it may never get to the point where people are hard capped. And in 2 years from now, being the Edania might be worthless. It might not even matter anymore. That's true. I'm only assuming we get 5 in part 1. You never know. We could end up getting 10 in part 2, right? Another 5 more. And then if all of a sudden you do that, you cut the time in half, right? Part 2 will probably come in December, so we'll be halfway through the first year, which is, you know, based on that, we'll be approximately 250 stones in, 750 stones left. And if we start getting... Sorry. Wait. Well, we're going based on September. October, November, December. That's 3 months. It's approximately 13 weeks. We'll be about 140 stones in. We'll still need approximately 360 stones more if we start getting 10 more a week. Actually, people could be full deck before the end of next year. If part 2 ends up coming out in December of next year, or sorry, in December, like if they announce that at the Calpheon Ball and then it comes out in January, And if that starts, there's lots of assumptions here. And if we can get up to 10 stones a week, then by December of next year, we could have people who are full deck. You think Paint Origins is just going to start selling? Oh, they will eventually, for sure. Unless for some reason, stacking resources start dropping at other places, like at Edania, then they will definitely. New weapons and accessories? Oh, I don't know. Probably not that long. Probably December of next year, I think at the latest. Because if we can be basically gear capped by December of next year, if you have average luck, based off of all of my assumptions, which, you know, is a lot of assumptions. But they're going to have to add something, right? Progression is the name of the game when it comes to MMOs. If people run out of progression, they run out of reasons to play. We're going to start saving all my EXP stuff now, though. For just in case, you know, Edania is awesome XP. I'm not going to bother using it anymore. Yeah, but that's not true, Yurdi. Not for the 99.9% of the player base. Because if that was true, and people PvE'd so they could PvP, and that was the entry point for PvP, then when we had nothing but capped content, this game would have been going crazy because the entry point would have been so low that anybody can participate. But the enthusiasm for PvP has only gone down since then, not up. So even though that might be his motive, that is not the motives for the majority of the population, and it's not even close. But for a lot of people, that is the motivation. Like, for me, that's the motivation. For most people, they just want to press I and look at their wheel and see the work they put into it and enjoy the, you know, the blood, sweat, and tears they put into it. And just looking at it is enough. Some people actually want to use it and weigh it against other people, right? Oh, excuse me. Number go up, yeah. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. I have some pork ribs in the oven. I'm normally a back rib kind of guy, but the side ribs were on sale, and I couldn't resist, so I grabbed a big fat package of them. It's annoying how they package it though, because they put the good side up, right? They make sure it like presents really nicely and it looks like you're getting a lot, and then you go to pull it out of the package and you realize like underneath is just like practically a bunch of scraps that you know basically paid half for. You end up having actually half the amount of ribs that the package looks like. But what I do with that is I don't mind that. I mean, obviously I prefer to have more actual ribs, but I'll take all those like the smaller bones and all the scrap they put in the back, kind of bulk up the package. And like, you know how when you have ribs, there's the, I don't know what they call it. I'm not a butcher. But near the end, there's a part where there isn't like rib bones, but it's like just almost like a miniature flank steak that is like just below where the ribs end. And it can be pretty tough if you cook it just like ribs. It gets pretty tough.
Lick my ribs, Zeth Daddy.
So what I do is I cut that off and I trim it up and I put all those to the side. I have them back in the refrigerator in a container because I'm going to actually chop them up into small pieces and cook them in something later. I might make like some really thin pieces of like pork and then like quickly cook it and put it in like ramen and stuff like that. And then all the bones and the fat I trim off, I actually have in a cast iron pan with the ribs right now, next to the ribs. Like the ribs are wrapped up on a baking sheet. But all the bones and the fat and stuff I have in a cast iron pan next to them, just rendering all the fat off and roasting it. And once that's all like roasted and rendered, I'm gonna actually take it out, put it in a pot, and make like a nice pork stock out of it. So I'm gonna make the pork stock, and then I'm gonna thinly cut those previously mentioned pieces of pork, and I'm gonna make like a nice ramen out of that. And then yeah, we'll have ribs tonight. The ramen will probably be tomorrow. Or make a ragu. Yeah, you could totally do that too. Or you can make like pork fried rice. So you can take those pieces of pork and cut them up into small pieces. And then just toss them in like some salt, pepper, cornstarch. And then just kind of fry them in a pan. And they get nice little crispy edges and stuff on them. Mix them in with like a fried rice. Ooh, that's really good too. Shit, maybe I'll do that tomorrow. And then save the stock for, ooh. Maybe I'll take the stock out to camp. That'll be something nice and easy to heat up and sip on. I'm actually surprised my wife and kids haven't contacted me at all. They must have lost cell service or something. I told my wife and them to give me a call before they went to bed last night. And she was texting me and messaging me. Maybe her phone died, I don't know. But she was messaging me and everything. But they never ended up calling me before they went to bed. And normally they're up by now too. I'm surprised. Normally she would get up and she'd be like, good morning. Hopefully they didn't get mauled by a bear. Oh shit, you know what I need to do? I need to get out in the backyard later today and mow it. It's been a battle, man. Like, normally we have, like, drier summers. But it's been like this really crazy, like, it'll rain for a day, and then it'll be sunny for 2. Rain for a day, sunny for 2. And my grass is going fucking crazy. I swear to God, every 3 days is like a week's worth of mowing I have to do. Yo, Toast Malone, are you my wife? That's my wife's favorite verse of that song. Every time that song comes on, she cannot resist but sing that part of the song. That's such a fun song, though. It's such a fun song. Who is that? Is that? That's not who. Oh fuck. Hootie and the Blowfish? No. Oh, Bare Naked Ladies. That's who it is. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's such a fun song. I don't know why I can never remember it's the Bare Naked Ladies. I always, for some reason, my brain always goes like Hootie, and I'm like, no, that's not right. Hire a guy? No way. Ain't no way. If I hire someone to do it, it's going to cost me like what? Probably $100 because they got to haul the equipment over. They got to mow it and paint it up. And at that point, I could do that shit in 30 minutes. Fucking pay me to do it. That's how I view things, right? Somebody, if I have to pay someone else to do it, then by doing it myself, I'm paying myself that much money because I'm saving that money, you know? By the way, you guys, we tallied up everything we made yesterday. And in 9 hours of those scrolls, it should have only taken 8, but between breaks and the thing messing up a little bit, ended up taking 9 hours. We ended up making, what was it? Let me pull it up here. Where does it show my spots? Wait, how do you see the history of the things you reported? Oh, here we go. I found it. We ended up making 38 billion. 38.3 billion in 8 hours worth of scrolls, but it ended up taking us 9 hours because of all the breaks and stuff. So I don't know if you guys want to count the breaks into it, then it's, 38.3 divided by 9. If you don't want to count the breaks, technically the scrolls should have only been 8 hours worth of scrolls. But I mean, when you're going for that long, you need breaks and stuff. People gotta go to the bathroom. People get disconnected or crash. That was a whole ass shift, But I'm fucking thrilled that I don't have any more of those. I have 33 of these left. I'll fucking delete those right now. 60 scrolls per hour. 300 fangs. You can do approximately a scroll a minute. $1,300 a year for you, totally worth for me. Saves me equipment costs and time. Well, let's see. I usually have to mow at least once a week, sometimes twice a week, depending on how much rain and stuff we're getting. So we just average out, let's say, 1.5 times a week. And I only have to do that for approximately 6 months out of the year here, because I live in fucking Canada, and half our years either like 4 months of winter and 1 month of thawing and 1 month of freezing. So it's really only 6 months of mowing, probably less than that. We'll just go with 6, half the year. 6 weeks is approximately, or 6 months is approximately 26 weeks. And if we're doing it 1.5 times a week, that means approximately, wait, how the fuck did I come up with 156 weeks? That's 3 years. How did I do that? 6 months. Oh, I accidentally multiplied the weeks by the months when I already calculated the weeks. So 26 weeks times 1.5. So approximately 39 times I get out there and mow. 0.5. Probably takes me about half an hour. I have a pretty small yard. You probably have a much bigger yard. But for me, that's about 20 hours I spend mowing. So if I were to pay $1,300 a year, that'd be like the equivalent of $65 an hour. I feel like the cost wouldn't, even though I have probably a much smaller property than you, I feel like the cost wouldn't come down a whole lot, because just them having to drive to your place and haul the equipment there and all of that shit, it would end up taking still the majority of the time for them. So they're not gonna, even though it's half the property, they're not gonna cut half the price off, right? So even if you went based off of like $1,000 a year for me, it'd still probably be the equivalent of like $50 an hour. I'll mow my own yard for $50 an hour. Hell yeah, I will. I in general though don't mind yard work, so I understand if you hate it. The only time I hate doing it is when it's like 80% humidity and like fucking 40 degrees outside. I did do all of them, Lucian. Yeah, every last one of them. Is the session stronger in PvE for Sage? In most cases, no. The biggest thing that holds Suck Sage back from being faster than Awaken is it's a lot more difficult to get back attacks. And that's where Awakening Sage pulls ahead. If Suck Sage could get back attacks easier, then it would be busted for one, but in PvP, because that would mean it would have to be super mobile and fast. But yeah, then it would pull ahead. But Suck definitely does more damage in Awaken, it just doesn't get the back attacks, and the back attacks more than make up for the damage difference. When we moved here, we had lawn service, and I was charged $100 a mow, since I'm on 2 acres, and they came weekly. Takes them 30 to 45 minutes. I canceled, and I do it yourself, because about $3,500 a year is way too expensive. Takes you an hour on your riding mower. Yeah, at that point, right, if you're not having to pay someone else, you feel like you're saving that money. If I had that much property, I'd definitely have a riding mower, though, for sure. A zero turn? I don't know what a zero turn is. That's how I am too. Every single time I do something that, you know, most people call an expert for, like my dryer, for example. My dryer broke a little while ago, and I ended up pulling that shit apart myself and fixing myself. Had to spend like $50 on parts, but if I would have had like a fucking repairman come in there, I would have had to pay for the $50 for the parts and probably another $150 for labor. Dryers are, if you have like a, not a high-tech dryer, they're surprisingly simple. They're legit a little motor sitting at the bottom, a fan to blow the air through it, a coil in the back to heat up, and 2 belts that wrap around the motor and wrap around the drum, and some wheels that it rolls on. I don't know what it is. People love spending a fortune getting fancy equipment that is impossible to self-service. I would rather get the cheap, simple equipment that I can self-service. A hairdryer attached to a spinning drum. It's basically all it is. We just get bigger toys? That's right. Is 8 a.m. too early to be start mowing my grass? Depends how close you are to your neighbors. And I don't mean, well, I guess both. I don't mean, like, how nice you are. Because, I mean, if you hate your neighbors, you could do it. Fuck them, right? But I mean, like, in proximity. If, you know, if you're far enough away, your houses or your property's far enough away from the house, then it shouldn't bother them. I personally, I wait till 10. I'll also take a look in their driveway too. If I know that they go to work at 9 a.m. and I see their vehicles are gone, then I'll mow. Yeah, if you have an electric mower, then it doesn't matter too, because those things are fucking quiet compared to a gas. I think people understand too. If you look at the forecast and it's supposed to be 40 degrees later, I think people understand, okay, he's mowing. If anything, you might remind them, oh shit, I should mow before it gets hot too. Oh, I just realized I should go take a look at my stuff in the oven. It is 9 a.m. and my house already smells amazing. Holy. Is my wife single? What are you talking about? I'm the one doing the cooking, not her right now. She's not even home. I think the real question is, am I single? Not making ribs for dinner, but I also have like the all the trimmings and stuff in a cast iron pan in the oven. While the ribs are cooking nice and slow, I have those in a pan also roasting. And I'm going to be making a nice stock and stuff out of them. So I'm going to have like a nice pork stock for tomorrow. Probably make ramen. But I got the ribs in the oven for today. I got them all wrapped up and then I'm going to finish them on the grill later. I really need to get a smoker. I need to, there's a lot of things I want to do around my house. So I want to actually, I wanted to remodel my basement, this little den area this year, but I don't think I'm going to get a chance to do that. But I also want to renovate the back patio area because it's kind of meh. I basically renovated the whole backyard except for the patio area. It was shit when we first moved into this house. But now I want to do the patio area, but I don't know if I'll have time for that either this year. And I want to do that first, and then I want to get a nice little smoker. Even if it's like a little cheater, like a pellet smoker or something. I ain't looking to be a master smoker. I want something with the least effort, but, you know, most of the quality. Pellet smokers seem to be that. You kind of set it and forget it. Just make sure it's loaded with pellets, and it'll fuel and get itself going. Or keep itself going. Without all the micromanagement of the other shit. But at the same time, probably pay a hell of a lot more for one of those bastards. Just getting a proper smoker from like Facebook Marketplace, somebody that some handyman made in town, and save probably a fortune. Also sounds really nice too. Will I be an Edania ruler? I think the likelihood of that is extremely, extremely small. It would appear that whatever... So if you want the most amount of stones, then you're going to want to do the highest castle. And I think everybody is going to want the most amount of stones, right? So they're going to be doing Enslar. And because there's only 10 slots and 7 of them are based on gear, basically everybody with 1 or more Penfallen Gods are going to be signing up for that castle. Plus everybody else, because they want their 3 stones, right? They want to close the gap with the Penfallen God people. There is definitely 7 people that have more gear score than me, right? Between having the 1 or more Penfallen Gods. So I don't think there's any chance, unless for some reason the boss is so difficult that the Penfallen God guys can't complete it and I can. Which I doubt will be the case. But unless that happens, I think there's a 0% chance I get selected for the top 7. Which then means I just gotta cross my fingers and pray I get selected for one of the 3 random slots. I think even having 1 Penfallen God isn't going to be enough. I think you will also be stuck to... It'll be based on level at that point, because you'll be tied with a lot of people with 1 Fallen God. And it's going to be based off XP. Like, I don't think Biseptimus' XP is high enough that he's actually guaranteed a spot. I'm pretty sure he's going to be part of the random as well. I grind D-Star because I like it. The update is next week, yes, unless for some reason it gets delayed. Okay, but once again, it doesn't matter if you PvE or PvP or not. You still have to be selected to compete with the PvEers. And the only way that happens is if you outgear them and outlevel them. And considering all they do is PvE, the chances of you outgearing and outleveling them is actually small, right? The thing is, though, is those PvEers, they have the advantage the first week, right? Because they're PvEers. and there is no 1v1 after the free-for-all. So whoever wins the free-for-all is the first Adana. They don't have to win the 1v1. But you gotta remember, there's 3 random slots where the PvPers can get in. And the difference in effectiveness in gear between the people who will be selected and the random ones is gonna be small. Small enough that if a PvPer gets randomly selected, they might be more likely to win. The free-for-all is kind of like a lot, it's gonna be pretty chaotic, right? But just think about it, right? Once Divios, for example, once he gets in to become a Donna, now not only do you got to win the free-for-all, but then after that, if you win the free-for-all, you got to face off against Divios. And the PvEers, well, they'll never beat Divios. So eventually you'll see PvEers, PvPers as the Adonas. It's just the first weeks, you know. It might take some time. Level as a factor, yeah. So if there's a tie in gear, then it goes based on level. Divios can't PvP 24 hours a day. You don't even have to do that. How often do you see Divios grinding on Arsha? Anytime he gets attacked, even off Arsha, he just swaps channels. He's not interested in it. If you guys want Divios to become the Adana, because Divios has a fatal flaw. If you all of a sudden see Divios come running at you, you say, "Hey Divios, how you doing? Big fan." That man will do a 180 and go to the next person. He ain't gonna sit there and attack you. Just say one nice thing to him and his little heart will melt. I have that line on a macro. There you go, you're set. You're Divios proof. How would you rank Scholar? Scholar's a solid PvEer. If people are sleeping on it right now and it's getting buffs. And, like, it is a menace in 1v1. When it comes to large scale, though, it kind of doesn't really do anything. It just kind of jumps around and doesn't really do enough trade damage to frag out or anything. It can live, but it's like a less effective Sork in large scale. You're waiting for Savior? Get in line, fella. Back of the line. I'm at the front of the line. What are you doing up here? Get to the back. Yeah, Scholar's probably a fantastic PvE character because it's a really good grinder and it's an insane 1v1 class. It actually can be fully protected. It iframes like crazy. It has one of the craziest grabs after the grab changes. How would you go about tapping Karazad from base? I'd start with Pry, and then Duo, and then Try, and work my way up from there. Oh yeah, people definitely heavily underestimate Scholar. By the way, you guys, today may be a shorter stream. I don't know what time the wife and kids are supposed to come home today, but we'll, just a little surprise Sunday stream. Probably we'll only stream till a bit after lunch. I'd actually like to take the kids out to go ride their bikes later today. I feel like they haven't been getting enough bike time. Did you watch the Savior lore video? I have not yet, no. Who did that? Scholar looks cool as well. Oh my god, the way she lifts that hammer and that leg and drops it on your jaw. Hell yeah, she looks awesome. Oh, Verdict? Okay. Did him and Grimkill cover it on their podcast? Interesting. Yeah, it's a nice day today. We actually, it looks like it's going to be quite warm, but the humidity is down. Let's see. I don't know how high it's supposed to get today, but I think today is supposed to be fucking beautiful. Like, perfect weather. Actually, it's going to be kind of cool today. Holy. A high of 18 degrees Celsius. So today's like the perfect day to do a bunch of yard work. Humidity's down. It's actually slightly cooler. What the hell? It's the middle of August. What is it? It has no business being this cool. What the fuck is Celsius? Okay, fine. Let's find out what that is in freedom unit. 18 Celsius, 2 Fahrenheit. That's 64 Fahrenheit. That's supposed to be our high for today. Yeah. Fucking beautiful today. That's a perfect day for doing yard work because it's a couple degrees lower. So when you're like exerting yourself, it just sets you perfect, you know. It's kind of cool to be sitting around in the shade, but it's perfect weather for sitting out in the sun. Yeah, I opened my windows last night while I was sleeping. I let a nice cool draft through the whole house. The whole house is nice and cool. Didn't even have to turn the AC on last night. Man, I can't believe I need 20,000 magical shards for all the shit I want to upgrade. That's actually way more than I thought. I was like getting ready to sell a bunch. I was like, oh, I'm gonna make some money. And then I was like, oh, you need 20,000. What the fuck? How many do I have? Oh, 21,000? Okay. When is Savior coming out? Is it next week? No, probably in December. Must be nice. 81 Fahrenheit and a high of 90 Fahrenheit. Oh, shit. That's not too bad, though. That's warm. You don't want to be out in the middle of the day doing yard work. You might get a little hot. But, like, earlier in the day or later in the day, do your yard work and shit. And just in the afternoon, just chill in the backyard in the shade with a beer. 87% humidity? Okay, never mind. I take it back. You're fucked. When it's humid like that, there is no escaping the heat. It's like you're constantly outside in a fucking warm blanket and you don't want to be. That's the problem with the humidity, is when the humidity is high, the shade doesn't save you. .24C in Oslo, Norway today. Hey, 24 is solid though. That's nice. Probably depending where he's at in Norway. He's probably just as far north as I am. I wonder. Oh no, never mind. You're a bit higher. I'm around 45 north, about 50 north, where Norway is actually closer to 60. What's the best? Lightstone and PvP Lightstone? PvE and PvP? PvE, Vicious Shadows is the go-to. For PvP, I don't know if there is like a best one overall. It kind of depends on who you're fighting. Target openings is nice. It's a nice rounded setup. A little bit of AP, a little bit of accuracy, crit damage. If you're fighting really high DR targets, then Blight is really nice with all the human damage. Those are kind of the two main ones that people use. I honestly think Deathblow is better now with the caps. Well, it depends on your class. Some classes don't need crit. If you're a class that needs crit chance, then that's possible. For Guardian, yeah, definitely not Deathblow for Guardian. Guardian is like a giga crit. Everything they do is 100% crit, so you definitely wouldn't use Deathblow on them. Although Guardian also struggles with back attacks, where that's what Vicious Shadows brings. So I'd probably just use target openings for Guardian. Target openings has more crit damage, but no back attack. But you're not really getting a lot of back attacks as a Guardian, other than maybe the opener. Yeah, if you're struggling to hit the caps, then all-out attack is pretty solid. So I have 20 sets of artifacts. So you need to upgrade your artifacts. Looks like I have a sheet open. So I have 20 artifacts I want to upgrade. But that won't be till part 2, but I have 20 of those I want to upgrade. That's 2,000 magical fragments there. And then between all of those lightstones, there's 40, or all those artifacts, there's 40 lightstones that I need to upgrade. That's another 8,000 magical fragments. The new Edania crystals with the Edania damage, it's going to, I'm assuming I'm going to need about 500 of those. I might need more, I might need less, but I figured if I have 500 to start, that's good. But the Dawn Crystal upgrades, right? Upgrading your Dawn Crystals is going to be 300 a piece, and I have 24 different Dawn Crystals, 6 of each. And that's another 7,200 magical fragments. So in total, it comes out to just a bit under 2,000 magical fragments I need. Or 20,000. And I have them all already. Luckily, I've been hoarding black magic crystals for a long time. So I don't have to worry about trying to buy any. Most people will probably need less than 10,000. Nothing big with the Dawn crystals. The AP Dawn crystal goes from 4 to 7 AP. The accuracy crystals get 2 sheet AP back, so instead of -7 AP, they go -5 AP. the evasion and the DR crystals just gain 150 HP. How did I have almost 5k LT? Getting all the weight. Loyalty, packages, all that shit. As for the Lightstones themselves, most of them, they just double in stats. The set bonus stays the same, but the base stones themselves, the stats double in most of the cases. I want to pound you. Oh, yeah, you need, well, they're added upgrades to all the artifacts, the Kabuas and your Deki artifacts. But I think we're not getting those until part 1B. Or part 2, something like that. I could be mistaken on that, though. I remember hearing people say that, and I couldn't see where you got those from. But yeah, you just collect mats to upgrade your artifacts. Your already existing artifacts. Why the high level requirement? There isn't a high level requirement. What do you mean? You'll be able to go there at level 60 if you want to. They already showed the AP caps and stuff for the grind spot. The only thing you need the requirements for, you guys, is for competing. And it's meant to be something exclusive for the highest and the most skilled players, right? As for experiencing the rest of the region, you guys will still be able to do all the grind spots and stuff like that and gear up. You'll still be able to make the good money from there. You'll still be able to do all that shit. But if you think, you know, when they're adding something like 3 castles where there's only going to be 30 people across the whole server that can compete with each other, yeah, it's going to be exclusive to the people who have been heavily committed to the game. That's the whole point of it, you know? Just think about it like IRL. If everybody gets a participation award, then it fucking means nothing. It's meant to showcase skill and dedication. So if you're not as skilled or dedicated, then why do you think you should compete? But you still get to enjoy everything else about the region. Yep. Just keep working hard, gearing up. You gotta remember, people take breaks, people quit. Not like you'll never catch up. Eventually there'll be a whole new set of people that replace the originals, and so on and so forth, right? As long as the game stays alive. I'm a machine? See, I don't think so, but maybe I'm just out of touch. I feel like I'm just consistent. I feel like there's other people who are putting in 12, 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. Those are the machines. They reek of piss? Probably. I guess they're a piss machine then. Like, Choice has been going crazy. Like, look at how much Choice has managed to save up in just the last few months. Like, that guy's a fucking machine. That guy needs to go ahead and get married and have kids or something. Slow him down. Because I'm married with kids. I can't compete with that shit. There is no chance. Would they be e-kids? Do you think technology will ever get that far? Wait a minute. Where you can actually e-date somebody and it's like, you have this special receptacle on your PC. You just stick your sauce in it, and then it analyzes your DNA, and then someone across the other side, it just prints the DNA into there. And it has a dispenser. And then you can actually impregnate people. How many years do you think until we get to that point? Insert your USB into the USB-C. 50 years? I think they do that in Japan now. It wouldn't surprise me. Let's make it happen and become rich. You ever watch Altered Carbon? I did, yeah. It was a good show. I like that. E-Preg hackers. Oh my god. What happens if all of a sudden, you know, your wife just had the baby you guys were expecting. She turns on the camera and holds it up, and all of a sudden it's a Chinese baby instead. Some Chinese hacker went and inserted his DNA in there. Oh shit. What do you do? Would that be considered E-rape? What is the outfit name? This is the Solar Knight outfit. I can see a lot of illegal shit coming, yeah. The internet's crazy. When you think of how much we've advanced in that regard in just like the past 40 years, I can't imagine where we'll be in another 40. Like, I'm just thinking from when I was little to now, it's like, holy, completely different world. You like heavy metalcore? I like lots of metal. Generally, I'm not a huge fan of a lot of screaming in the metal. If if it's reasonable though, and there's a nice balance of it, and it's at least partially understandable and makes sense. But sometimes I feel like some screaming in metal is like more akin to mumble rap, where you don't understand it. They're just saying things. So it really depends on the song. Hey, good morning, Joe Belt. What is the order for the armor exchange? I can do the second boss for the first week. I think it depends if you're an evasion or a DR class. If you're a DR class, then you probably don't want to do the boots, because you're just gaining evasion and you're not really benefiting from that. So if you're a DR class, you'll probably want to do the gloves and then maybe either the chest or the helmet. Probably doesn't matter which. Maybe do the chest, because that'll look kind of cool. So yeah, you'll probably do the chest and the gloves. If you're evasion, then you'll probably do the boots and the gloves. And then if you can do all three, like for me, I'm going to be doing, and this is assuming I get my deck offhand, which I should, unless I fuck up and I pity my first knob and then I accidentally do a raw click and it downgrades, and then I pity it again, and then I pity deck. That's about the only situation where I don't get my deck offhand. So really it comes down to, am I going to be able to kill Enslar, right? That's kind of the big thing. Everybody's talking about competing, but at the end of the day, we also don't know how difficult that boss is going to be. It might actually be a really difficult boss. Oh, I'm going to be clicking slow. I'm going to be making sure every click, I'm going to look at the crons, because that is just a mistake you don't want to make. How prepared am I? This is everything I have prepared for the region. Between the trash can be converted to silver. I got the actual raw silver. I have hungers. I also have multiple 300 stacks ready to go. I don't know how much you, what is considered the value of a 300 stack? I have like 5 of those made. As well as a fuckload of 200 stacks that I can turn into 300 stacks. But I have the 500 primordial crystals, which is, you know, if I need all 500 of those, then I've had terrible luck, but I got them just in case. I have the sharps, memfrags, magical shards, all that stuff for the upgrades and making stones. And then I also have 937,000 crons in outfits, but those are going to be used last. Those are the savings. That's my savings account. I don't want to have to dip into my savings. I'm going to be doing vendor crons, and hopefully I'll get my deck before I run out of silver for vendor crons. I have enough silver for over 1 million vendor crons. Saw me going crazy on Black Stars last night? Yeah, I was doing them on stream last night, but then my stream went down, and I was like, fuck. So I didn't really want to fire the stream back up, so I just finished them off stream. I ended up pitying a second... I ended up pitying another pen Black Star, and then the last one I made was like just average luck. I actually got pretty decent luck with the Tets, and then I had average luck with the pen, so... All in all, I probably averaged like 10 pen clicks across 4 Black Stars, so... But it worked out nicely, though, because, like, every time one hit, I either pitied the pen Black Star and it didn't eat the stack, or when it went after I made a good stack. And then I started on a new stack. So, like, it was actually, even though it didn't seem like great luck, in terms of just, like, when the things hit, it actually worked out well. Because I probably made, like, or converted resources into about 100 bill worth of stacks on top of the Black Stars. Hit your Awakening to deck at a 455. Nice. $65 clicks. The hell? Got your 5080 yesterday. I had to go buy a new power supply though. I want a new power supply, not because there's anything, well, I guess there is something wrong with my power supply. It works perfectly fine, but it has a nasty case of coil whine and it pisses me off having to listen to it. Power supplies aren't even that expensive, but I actually just don't want to have to take my PC apart and rewire everything. Not that it's that bad. I mean, I can basically keep everything in place, but it's still, I don't know. Replaced it before it becomes an issue? Nah, coil whine is typically fine. Just becomes an issue for your ears. Believe it or not, coil wine isn't actually an armayable issue either. Unless it's like really, really bad, but there's actually a certain amount of coil wine that is just considered fine, tolerable, and they won't armay it. PvP guide win? I have the perfect PvE guide, and it'll give you a 100% win rate. Get your opponent's HP to 0 before they get yours to 0, and you win every time. Every time, never fails. No, I'm definitely not one of the excuse me, most prolific PvPers. I don't think I'm the type of guy that people want to look to for a guide. I consider myself average, maybe a little bit above average. I feel like a bit of a narcissist saying that, but I don't know, it's nice to think that maybe I'm a bit above average. But I'm definitely not up there with the people that, you know, you would actually want to guide from. I just realized I don't have a villa popped. Not that it matters. I mean, I get 10 DP. We cleared all of it. You did too? Shit. Yeah, I'm actually very relieved to have cleared those things. Ended up making 38 bill off those fangs. And 8 hours worth of fangs that took 9 hours in total. That was a long ass day though, I'll tell you what. If you asked me to do that again today, I'd say no, even if I had the fangs. I was kind of burnt out by the end of it. Better than drip feeding doing 1 hour-ish a day? Yeah. Because that's annoying, right? Because you got the time going out there, the time coming back, the time trying to fill spots. It was nice to just kind of knock it all out in one day. Have you enhanced your Gauder at all? Because if you've enhanced it, then you can't convert it. Actually, I don't think you can even convert it back at base, right? I'm pretty sure you're just stuck with it. I think the only way to convert it is to get it to pen, then you can convert it back to Black Star. I think we had this conversation a little while ago, and even if it's base, you can't convert it. But yeah, if it's pen, or if you have a pen Gauderai, yeah, you can convert it. I don't even think you need to go to Grana anymore. I think it's just, I can't remember what it is. Look it up online. I'm sure Foundry has something about it, but I don't even think you need to go to Grana anymore. Isn't it like 20 Sunscorched shards and something else? You turn it into a crystal. The blacksmith does it? No, the blacksmith removes the Garmoth. I don't even think you need to go to the blacksmith to convert it. I might be thinking of something else, though. Oh, Black Spirit, not Blacksmith. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, I already converted my offhand back to Black Star. Because it was Gauderai, because I thought the Gauderai looked cooler. Let's have those in there too. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, why did I put that stuff in that storage? $13 times out of 15 chance, damn. many maids do I have left? 14. I'm using just XP artifacts. Thanks, Capitan. Nice. Hey, Dead Octopus. Flex on all these guys and type follow age. Feel so old now. Isn't that crazy? That's almost as old as my daughter is. Do I have any videos? No. There's a really good awakening sage guide though. If you just type !sage guide. It's not a video though, but very useful guide. I know, right? I would have been 30. You're actually the age I was when I started streaming. Or when you followed me, sorry. I guess I've been streaming a bit longer than that. But you're now the age I was when I started. And still no PlanetSide 3. Big true. How many years till 68? I have no idea. I mean, if I continue grinding the way I'm grinding now and I just, you know, dummy every night and put on the XP stuff during the day. Maybe a year. Would I play PlanetSide 3? Oh, I would have to at least give it a try. Considering that was like the first game I ever streamed, I'd have to give it a try. That's the game I got partnered with Twitch streaming. The highest level in BDO. There's somebody who's like level 71 or 72. Any chance I play Warrior again? With Scholar or Savior coming out? Not a chance. Actually, the Suck Warrior changes and stuff? Maybe. If they change Frenzied Charge to a Super Armor, that might be enough to get me on Warrior a little bit more. But the outdated movement that Warrior has is one of the biggest things holding me back. They need to give that class at least one good SA movement. Yeah. I like Sword and Board. I like the Great Sword too. I like them both equally. A lot of the things I didn't like about Suck Warrior have been alleviated too. The outdated movement is kind of the biggest thing. It got 0.1 second to its movement iframe. Was that Suck Warrior? I thought that was Awaken Warrior. Did they change Turos to a solo spot? They did, yeah. Too bad they didn't give us any party spots in Edania. Yeah, it wouldn't really work out right with the whole, like, the way Edania is supposed to work with the Adanas. I don't know. I'm biased. I admit it. But I think there's enough party MMOs out there. I'm perfectly fine if this one stays solo-centric when it comes to PvE. There's more than enough MMOs out there with party grinding and raids and dungeons. They are kind of off, homie. They look weird on paper if you know Warrior and know those abilities. Maybe they'll be cool in practice. I'm not going to hold my breath on that, though. You love grinding and yapping with friends? That's the thing, though, is you can hop on Discord and grind with them and yap with them anyways. Whether you guys are, you know, actually in a party or not, it doesn't really change the fact that you can still yap with each other. Look at us right now, right? Everybody in chat, we're not in a party. We're all yapping. I'm not grinding, I'm actively watching me. You're a freak then. You're probably waiting for me to slip up and accidentally say something, and then the video on me is about to come out. I'm gonna get thrown in the bin with Neptunes. You on Vindictus doing a fashion show? Well, definitely not clearing the freak title, but definitely more more lunar-esque. That's for sure. You said something a few days ago, don't worry. Yeah, and I'm like 99% sure I know what it was. I was thinking one thing and I said another thing and I was like, oh, for fuck's sakes. Classic excuse, yeah. Well, the thing is, the context is a lot more believable for me. When you're actually angry at somebody and you say something, it's a lot more difficult to believe that's not what you meant. Where I was just talking and it accidentally came out, you know? Chalk it up to old age? True. I'm also, what? 41? That's practically a foot in the grave. I'm gonna have to get my Sob main hand in case Savior's Claymore is her suck. Yeah, she might, right? Fuck, that means I might have to get a deck main hand. God damn it. Why'd you have to say that? Your wife is almost as old as me? Oh, a fellow aged wine enjoyer. My wife's older than me too, by exactly a year. A year and 2 weeks, actually. I like them aged. Yeah. We're like the reverse Johnny Depp's, huh? Or no, the reverse Leonardo DiCaprio's. I don't know why I confused those two. Happy birthday. Wait. Who are you saying happy birthday to? Who said it was their birthday? Yeah, they are doing more and more Ascension classes. Your wife is 9 years younger than you? Now we just cross our fingers and pray that you're at least 30. Statistically speaking, it's someone's birthday? I don't know. There's 365 days in a year. You really think out of 9 billion people that it's somebody's birthday today? I don't know about that. Their birthday's tomorrow, is it? Yeah. Well, happy, pre-happy birthday. It is early for the dead octopus, yeah. Oh, Suckbelk for PV right now? Lunar? You care to weigh in on that question? Whatever he tells you, it's a lie. It's the best. The best. It's not. I think it's one of the worst grinding classes right now. I think at least I don't hear anybody ever talk about grinding on it or doing anything with it, really. Yeah, I think that was Awakening as well. I don't think that would suck. Awakening would just fire up the Lambo and just run everything over. Pull lanches? I don't even know what that is. I mean, he keeps it updated pretty regularly. One thing that's important to understand about his tier list, though, is it's based off of potential, not about, like, reality, if that makes any sense. Maybe reality's not the best word. Like, the majority of the population isn't going to utilize classes to their maximum potential. So, and the tier lists dramatically change once you start to consider comfort and longevity and grinds because of comfort. And it doesn't his tier list doesn't consider comfort at all, at least last I'm aware of. So it's some of those classes on the tier list, like maybe they're the 3rd or 4th or 5th spot. I'm just guessing right now, so don't look at like the 3rd and 4th spot, right? But there might be some classes that are like in the top 5 that are super comfy. And then, you know, they're getting beat by the number 1 class, but the number 1 class might take like a fuckload of effort. So that's important to understand that, you know, comfort is going to be a lot more conducive to doing long grinds than sitting there sweating your ass off, trying to min-max your blinks. Is Sage a comfy class? It can be. If you play Awakened Sage in a comfortable way, you'll do okay trash, but you definitely will not do, like, anywhere close to its potential. If you wanna, like, Awakening Sage can be a really high, like, up there in the top 5, grinding-wise, and it's consistent across, like, all grind spots. But, like, if you want to pull that really good trash, it's definitely higher APM than a lot of classes. Than most classes. Duck Sage is comfy in general. It's just, you never want to stack your Z buff and your E buff, and you're always trying to also manage your reset. So tracking those 3 things and making sure you don't overlap them and you're optimizing or minimizing the downtime between the 3, that's where it kind of gets tedious with Suck Sage. But other than that, it's comfy. I think I'm gonna go upstairs and make another cup of coffee, and my trimmings and stuff should be just about ready to throw in a stock pot. I might cut up a couple onions and some garlic and put it in a pot with some yeah. I'll be back. Oh, I guess I don't really need to swap characters. Fuck it, I'll do it anyways. Did I end up? Oh, I forgot to. God damn it. I was going to tag my Wukong back to my Sage just to finish getting at level 65. I'll be back. Yo, I am back. I gotta fix the drainage in my backyard. Turns a swamp when we get heavy rain. Need to put in a French drain or something. Yeah. Makes a big difference. I'm kind of lucky in that sense because my house is on a hill and it slopes back. That yeah, all of the rainwater just runs down and out my backyard. What's the best thing to gamble at the moment? Accessories kind of dead. Blacksmith boxes with real money. I mean, if all you want to do is gamble for the sake of gambling, I don't know why you don't just go to an actual casino. Or, better yet, lean into it. Dig a trench around your house, get a drawbridge, turn it into a moat, and then put a bell on the outside so people have to ring it. Big ass bell. Bing, bing, bing. My lord, may we have access to the castle? Like, put a sign up so they actually have to do that. And if they don't say the words properly, then they don't come in. Install a zip line out the back too. So just in case the feds come to the front of your castle, you can zip line out the back. What? Yeah. The zip line is sagging, you're just getting dragged through your own moat. What's up, dang one? Fishing was fine for me, but I think I'm retired from fishing. You trade one of your kids to have that attack speed? Well, you got a few to spare. I should be the same attack speed as you right now. I'm not even using the Lucas right now. So I have the Splendid, which is +3 over a Bell, but I'm not using a Lucas or Acarad, so that's -2%. And these days you should be able to grind with all 4 of those, right? A Lucas and Acarads. So you should have this attack speed. Yeah, they are. It's not a rumor. They said it themselves. They're gonna allow us to cron our alchemy stones, and they're gonna have pities. How long did it take me to grind that? I don't know, a day. I didn't do anything that got me XP yesterday, so it's been legit a day. Most of that was just overnight training last night. Have a set date. They said September, but I mean, who knows if things get delayed. It's gonna be soon. It'll probably come with Edania 1B. That's my guess. Yo, what's up? Yeah, dxracer's good money. Yes, you did. That was crazy, Yanu. So I'm chilling. Choice goes live last night, and I was like, I wonder if he got his protection stone. And shortly after he, like, probably 20 minutes into his stream, he shows his stone. And he talks about how he got it today on the tick up. And then he says, yeah, it was about 9 this morning or something like that. I woke up, I got the order. I can't remember the exact time he said. Maybe he said 8, but he said, I got first order. And then I guess he went to go do something else, and then he came back later and he got it. And I was like, shit. I was second order, so that means he was the first order, because that was the same tick up. There was only one tick up around that time, right? So yeah, you sold the first stone to clear out the first order. Choice got that one, and then Colossal sold me his stone. Oh yeah, he must have been fast with it, because like... Yeah, that was... I felt like I was camping that shit. I don't know. Oh shit, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. You hear my capacity? I have a feeling all of my codes are now used. Let me double check. I unfortunately haven't had a mentee pull through now. I'm gonna double check. Maybe one of them hasn't been redeemed. No, they've all been redeemed now. So unfortunately, I don't have one. Which is a shame because I know you would have definitely got that shit done pronto. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why you'd want to do that to yourself. To each their own, though. Your BDO is Swampletics? What the hell is a Swampletic? Wait, I think there's a room in video for area locked account challenges that you see on games like... I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh. Man, people must really hate themselves. Yep. You're actually right. On Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm going to be out. And then I come home Thursday. So the stream won't be going live with the Edania. I will be starting a few hours late. You have a question if I don't mind? I maybe have an answer. We'll find out if I mind once you ask the question. If you type !workshop, it'll give you a link to a website made by Byrog. And we should actually get rid of the progression command, because I think workshop is probably the new thing that he's updating. Oops. So click that first link, and there's the gear upgrade path there. And you basically start your way at the top of the list and work your way down. Because those are your most efficient upgrades in terms of the amount of silver you'll spend versus the stats you gain. And yeah, just work your way down the list. Yeah, Suck Sage is good. It's a beautiful day. Don't let it get away. I love that song. I've seen U2 live a few times. The music bot didn't crash once yesterday, and so far it hasn't crashed once today. I don't know what changed. Yo, what's up, Kirby? Oh, Ark, you son of a bitch. Why didn't you say that earlier? I'm locking my egrets now. That's some good thinking. God damn it, Ark. When did you become so smart? Yo, I appreciate that, Finance. I'm actually kind of upset. It was a year or two ago when they first opened the Dome in LA, or sorry, in Las Vegas, and the first performance there was U2. And I had a lot of shit going on at the time. My dad was like, "You want to go?" And I was like, "Fuck, I just really can't. There's so much going on." And I just wish I would have made it work, because I bet that would have been awesome. That dome looks so cool. Yeah, the whole thing too. It's not just the screen, right? The screen is obviously insane, but apparently just the way they do the sound in there too. Apparently, I can't remember what they call it. It's like projected sound, where like I guess, yeah, I know nothing about it, but apparently just like there's not a single bad seat in the house for a view or for hearing. Like, it just sounds so nice in there. It's not echoey or any of that shit. Apparently they can, like, beam sound to specific sections, too. So, like, if they're doing something and they want to have it in multiple languages, apparently, like, you could sit in a section and have it in that language and not hear, like, what other sections have going on. As you can tell by my vagueness, I don't know much about it. I just remember watching a video once and I was like, God damn, that sounds cool as hell. I think that's the main reason, part of the reason why it works so well though is because it's so big, right? If you were to have like one that you would sit in individually, that the screen and everything would be so close to you that all of the pixels and lights would have to be a lot smaller, right? In order to maintain the same pixel density that you have in there. And the miniaturization of all that shit is where it starts getting expensive. But because that thing is so massive, you know, they don't have to be as small to maintain the same like pixel density. Because you're sitting so far from it and the screen's so big. But yeah, it looks so cool. Almost anything I see going on in that sphere, I'm like, God damn, that looks so cool. Yeah. Where the dance floor at? Let's see. Like, look at that. Oh, that's where they need to play our Black Desert movie with all of the actors we selected. I accept no other venue. Neptune still has to fight Zack and Stanwell. Not Samwell. Sorry, Sam Law. Neptune's challenged both of those guys to a boxing match, and then as soon as they accepted it, he backed out. Neptune's is just a big talker, that's all he is. Okay, finally. Finished correcting my mistake earlier. I accidentally put in the trash in the wrong storage.
He didn't have time. He was too busy getting Gladiator.
You mean he was too busy collecting allowance from his dad to buy Gladiator? He was in there washing the cupboards and the dishes, bringing the garbage out. Dad, come on. I did my chores. Give me my 20 bucks. I've been saving up. I'm gonna get Gladiator. Will never get old? No. And the only reason why it's funny is because how many times he brought it up himself. That's the only reason. If he would have just put the ego aside and not made a big deal about it every time he lost, about how shit BDO is and how big of a deal he is because he got Gladiator and WoW. If he would have never said any of that nonsense, nobody would care. All games are shit. That's facts right there. Because if there was a perfect game, we'd all be playing it and we wouldn't be talking about anything else, right? The fact that we all do play different games and, you know, at least like games within the same genre, right? Obviously an RPG isn't going to replace a racing game, but if there was like the perfect RPG, the perfect MMORPG, we'd all be playing it and nothing else would matter. You just got to find the one that, you know, is right for you. There's not many options in the MMO space. Specifically with 40%, I think the fact that you can have a win rate that is that negative and still get Gladiator means that Gladiator doesn't mean shit. If you can lose more matches than you win and still get that, like that means that isn't anything. That's just a grind. That's all that is. At that point, it's not skill. It's just a grind. The game that's as close to perfect is the one you enjoy the most. For me right now, that's BDO. The biggest thing that draws me to BDO over other games, though, it isn't the systems in BDO. One thing that I liked about old MMOs back when, you know, we were in the infancy of MMOs is it felt like there was limitless progression, right? And it was a lot more cutthroat, too. BDO doesn't necessarily have that. But like the full loot combat and stuff like that, or just like how difficult some things were to accomplish. But the thing the most, like BDO, it was what felt like limitless progression originally when the game came out. It was like, just the idea of getting full tri accessories seemed like a massive, like, undertaking, never mind ever getting full pen. That's obviously diminished quite rapidly over time, especially, you know, in the more recent years. But, I also liked, it was kind of a breath of fresh air for me, BDO, compared to other MMOs, was how solo-orientated it is. I kind of got tired of other MMOs where it was like, okay, the only way to... You reach a certain point solo, and then once you get there, the only way to progress now is through raids. I got kind of tired of that. I think it's an okay option, but I don't think you should be forced to do it. Otherwise, you just hit a wall. Yeah, Ultima Online was one of my first MMOs as well. I love that game. Like, that shit was probably... I can't speak as to how it is today. I haven't played it in, fuck, 25 years maybe, or 20 years, but... That was like the ultimate sandbox. I don't know if any other MMO will ever feel like more of a sandbox to me than that game did. Yeah, I played EverQuest like crazy too. That was a great game. The thing that turned me off from EverQuest is it started to feel more like a theme park than a sandbox once it hit Planes of Power. Ashran's Call had way too much group content. Yeah. It's a fine balance, right? Like, I do think that there should be more group content in BDO, but at the same time, I'm like, you know what? There's so many games out there with group content. Maybe MMO will just be the one that's, like, mostly focused on, like, you know, solo content. You get together and fight other people for PvP, but in terms of solo, in terms of progression, it's mostly PvE. Yeah, I never played Ashran's Call. I know it was a pretty popular game. It was one of the few popular MMOs that I never dabbled into. I can't remember. I was probably... Whatever other popular MMO was going at the time, I was probably playing that. Was it WoW? Yeah, it was probably WoW then. Yeah, I think we were... I remember WoW came out, and that was around the tail end of... I think the expansion right after Planes of Power came out. And that's when I started getting kind of burnt out on EverQuest. And I remember they introduced something that was kind of cool, but I had buddies that were starting to get into WoW, and they wanted me to try it out. And I remember my original knee-jerk reaction to WoW was like, what is this shit? It looks so cartoony. I just wasn't a fan at first of the art style, but it grew on me pretty quickly. And yeah, the game obviously was, you know, fantastic for the time. Otherwise, it never would have grown into the behemoth that it had become. Yeah, I originally played Horde as well. I played a Tauren Druid. And then I can't remember why or when I switched to Human Paladin. And then later on, when they added the, what are they called? Blood Elves? It was some type of elf race you could play. Like, their racial passive was like an arcane, like a silent skill they could do. I can't remember, and that's when I kind of started playing Horde again, because that for a paladin felt sick. Having like another way to interrupt Blood Elf, yeah, having another way to interrupt people. When did they add the Blood Elf Paladin? When I logged onto my WoW account, I don't remember logging onto any Horde characters. Wait a fucking minute. Maybe that's where I got Brutal Gladiator. Achievements wouldn't be shared across factions, right? Achievements and mounts weren't shared across factions, right? Oh, they are? You know what? I want to log on for a second. I'm curious. Before I lose access to the account. When I was going through and checking all my stuff on there, I don't remember ever logging on a Horde character. There's an update. God damn it. Oh, that's right. I did log into Ogremar. You're right. Why don't I remember the Blood Elf Paladin, though? I don't think I logged on the Blood Elf Paladin. That wouldn't have been on a different server, would it? Here, we're just going to log in and take a quick little peek. I'm already finished patching and updating. I did? Maybe I did. Logging into game. Da, 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 da. Oh. Oh, yeah, I did too. Yeah, it's right here. Okay. Never mind. I did. You're right. Holy fuck, I have so many calculators open. I closed BDO and there was like 16 calculators in the background. You Strat run around and steal everyone's arms at Dolan? What? Shut up. Are people doing that? That's fucked up. Is that actually you, Howie? Did you get that? Or is that someone else? They did it to Shaboy? Really? I wonder if he needed it. That's fucked up. I'd be kind of pissed. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, I'm already logged out of WoW. Wasn't there a website that you could check? Oh, in BDO. Okay. World follow. Yeah, I have it. Complete quest. The last ancient has decided to follow his destiny. Yo, that's actually kind of a sick title. The Last Ancient? That's Sage, isn't it? Really? Time to hop back in the cave, go back in time so we can do the quest again and get the title. Ah, really? I cooked. Yeah, I know. I tried. Wait till you see how short today's gonna be. Whenever my wife and kids get home, I'm done. It's a beautiful day outside. I got some ribs in the oven. I started them nice and early so when they get home I could turn it off and just let the residual heat, just let them kind of sit and rest a bit. I'm going to take the kids. Well, I gotta tidy up the backyard first. And then I'm gonna take the kids for a bike ride. And then, or I guess we'll have dinner and then we'll do that after dinner. But I want to spend the day with the family. I'm just waiting for them to get home. I figured might as well squeeze a few hours in this morning, though, until they get home. Yeah. So every time, actually, I don't remember checking the recent Global Lab, but so far, I'm going to go take a double peek right now. Every time they show a picture of the offhands in the tooltip, it shows reform stones. Like, it doesn't show the reform stones themselves, but it shows the text about being able to apply reform stones. Let me see if their most recent Global Lab had it too. Actually, I don't see it on there anymore. One second, let me pull up my translating app. Maybe they just copied and pasted the sovereign weapons at first, and that's why it was on there, but I don't see the... I could have swore I saw that text when they showed it at the Heidel Ball. Like, I got a translating app. Oh, it's asking for an update. I swear to God, every fucking time I want to access an app, it always wants to update. Could all these fuckers just stop updating their apps? Okay, here we go. Camera. Da, 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 da. This item can be reforged using a reforged stone. So... It says reforged stone, though. It doesn't say reform. Would something else be considered a reforged stone? Or maybe that's just a translation issue. I just put my camera back over it and it says this item can be reproduced using reenacted stones. How did it go from saying reforged stone to reenacted? Now it says reforged stones again. Sanji, who appeared on Mount Assi, said to the phoenix, "Become a lamp that brightens this country with my sun," and entrusted it with the protection of heaven. This is a weapon containing that noble energy. Yeah, right under that red text. Or right above that red text. Oh, yeah, right there. This item, yeah, it says that same thing. No, that text right there. You see the red text? This item cannot be enhanced with Caphras right above it. You can reforge this item with a reforge stone? Or, wait, Garmoth and Kudum hearts are considered reforges? Are they? Does it say on them? I guess there is no text then that specifically says... I'm trying to see if there's anything on this that says anything about reforms other than the fact that there's reforms in it and it shows those stats. The thing that's annoying is the reforms, if you look at the very bottom, they're labeled as reforge effects at the very bottom. Also, why wouldn't it have that text on a Black Star? Black Star offhand has always been able to have a that stuff in it. So no, that text is not referring to Garmoth. That's referring to the reforms. Otherwise, this would have that too. And I'm assuming any of the other Black Stars also won't have it. No, that doesn't have it. And that doesn't have the text. So yeah. It's referring to reform stones. And yeah, that text is also on the offhand. That's not the easiest way. The easiest way is what I just did. I mean, just, for one, even if we didn't have those pictures, I think it's pretty safe to assume that they'd let you. Sovereign, after all. And two, I mean, the exact same text is on all the Sovereigns. Yeah, they're even called reforges here, not reform stones. Why did I ever think they were called reform stones? What the hell? Stuck in the heave days. Is that what those were called? When you would turn it to ultimate? Was that reform? Oh, yeah, you're right. Back in my day. Speaking of Well, I guess this isn't related. I'll be back. Get back. If you're streaming today, is there one tomorrow? Yeah, I'm streaming tomorrow too. I'll be streaming tomorrow, but no Tuesday stream, no Wednesday stream, and then I'll be back Thursday, probably around noon. Yeah. Kanjara, I don't know if you have time today. You should get in on that run too. Those fangs were like almost 5 bill an hour. Oh, even better. Shit, birthday dinner with dad? Fuck yeah. I agree, fuck Colossal. Huh? That's it. Give me my stone back. I don't know if you heard Colossal, but that first stone that Ianu sold went to Choice yesterday. The stone that we sold first to clear the first order was actually Choice's order. We shouldn't have done it. Yeah, it was ruined. It's over. Oh my goodness, it's Cadmium Sheep. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome everybody. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. My favorite Taiwanese streamer. Although I don't know any others, I'm sure if I did, you would still beat them all. Is that the max? No, you can hit 100%. You have self buffs and stuff on Guardian. I think it's called like Dragon Maw or Dragonborn, Dragon something that you build up stacks of while you're playing her, and that'll get you like the rest of the crit chance. Oh, Dragon's Call, yeah. It's like 4% each and stacks like 5 times, right? Or something like that. And then if you E-buff it, keeps you at max stacks. Oh, 2 with 10. Okay, gotcha. By the way, I expect my finder's fee. Yeah. This sheet right here, Migs, already breaks down all of them. I think, also... I think it's also in his workshop as well. I think he has like if you go to the enhancement part of it, you can actually swap from different like sobs and stuff. And then yeah, that's the average total cost it has on there. And then the individual level cost. But yeah, useful information. If you're like me, and it sounds like you are, and you like to pre-plan, it's a great site for that. Prepare for the worst, expect the best. Words to live by. What do I think of the Sage nerfs? I think they're good. Very moderate hand. Everybody else is getting buffed soon. After they do the PvE, they're going to be doing PvP. I suspect, you know, like... Sage might not get any love there, where other classes do. I think you create really bad situations where you simultaneously nerf classes while you're buffing everybody else. The whole premise between buffs and nerfs is to try to get a class to be more competitive and fair in an environment, right? And if you're simultaneously, like if you're nerfing first, but then buff everything else, well, you're promptly changing the environment right after, you know, trying to get a class into an environment, an old environment that no longer exists. So that's my concern. That's what left Sage in a really bad spot for a couple of years, was because they nerfed us and then they did the reboots. The nerfs were completely justified within the context of how the environment was at the time, but then like a month later they buffed everyone else back to where Sage was. And now we were just left behind in an environment where every other class was boosted and we were just floundering. So nah, I disagree with that. I think the Forward Guard, of any ability you put Forward Guard in the Sage kit, Lightning Prison is the best to do it on. It's a giant AoE in front of you. You don't have to be in the middle of a group to do it. I think requiring classes to pay more attention to positioning, I think we need more of that. And I don't like this whataboutism arguments that people make where they're like, well, how come this class gets to do that? It's like, okay, well, how about if there's bullshit on multiple classes, we just deal with all that bullshit and make the game better for everybody, instead of this whataboutism that, oh no, this bullshit exists on my class, but it also exists on that class, so we should make everybody have to deal with these two bullshit classes. If we have to be, you know, one of the earlier classes to have a, you know, an important ability turned into a Forward Guard, but we continue down this road and do that with more classes, I think that makes the game better overall. But that's the thing, is everybody, you'll constantly hear this discussion around PvP where people need to be less protected. This is bullshit. They need to go through and make people have more Forward Guards. But then when it comes to their class, people are like, oh, wait a minute. I thought we were talking about everybody else, not my class. What do you mean you want to give my class a Forward Guard? Like, okay, what are we saying here? Like, you either want it or you don't. But stop trying to play this middle ground, but all of a sudden, as soon as it's your class on the chopping block, now all of a sudden, you know, you show your true colors. That's the thing, is there's lots of classes with Forward Guards. I don't understand why there's these awakened sages who are like, oh no, now I have this one ability where I have to pay attention to positioning. Man, my class is unplayable now. I would understand the upset if it was something like Riftstorm. If they made Riftstorm a Forward Guard, the ability would be useless. You would just lock it. You would only ever use it in a combo and that's it. And even then, it's a pretty shitty comboing ability. But of all the abilities in our kit to change from a super armor to a Forward Guard, Lightning Prison is actually the best, and in a lot of cases it actually ends up a buff, not a nerf. But it's only a buff if you pay attention to your positioning. It requires some thought and some practice and situational awareness, right? They recently did changes to the game, Warts Edie, that, like, everybody's a lot tankier in PvE. But yeah, there's no doubt, even with a Forward Guard Lightning Prison, we're still one of the strongest classes in the game. You don't need to be the strongest to be happy with your class, you know? Awakening Sages, fantastic. And in a lot of matchups, it still feels very oppressive. I still think that they should have done more. We should not have a knockback on Impaling Flash. That was dumb. I've always been against, like, one ability block jumps at CC that are fully protected. And I thought, you know, the way Megu, Awakened Megu had it, it shouldn't have been a thing, and they've nerfed that quite significantly. It's not as oppressive as it used to be. I think Hashes needs the same treatment. I don't have an issue with block jumps on their own, but there needs to be a bit more skill attached to them. It should require multiple inputs and not be instant. Like, there are times where a hash, like, you'll be CC'd by a hash block jumping you before you even see them behind you. The CC comes out so fast. And to me, that shit's wild. That means it's not reactable. It means that they just basically wait until you throw a forward guard and boop. And sure, like, you have to hit them to activate it. But, like, they could do that, like, in the middle of one of your abilities that's already going off, you know? So, yeah, fighting a hash is going to feel rough, but that's because, you know, a lot of people would agree. Hash is a little BS right now. Just like Sages. Still not 68. I'm working here, okay? I'm trying. Just give me another year, okay? It feels clunky now because it's not, like, instant. That shit was so free before, and it was on such a short cooldown. I guess I can't speak specifically to Suck Hash. I don't think that little crouch they do when they get ready to block jump is unprotected, because I'll see them linger that shit right in my face. And I have to just hold, waiting for them to stop doing that shit and watch them jump in spot because I didn't hit them. Awaken Hash, on the other hand, when they're hitting their Q, the Q LMB or whatever it is, that shit is fucking instant. And you can't tell me that that's unprotected. I know that's a forward guard. And it seems like the Awaken one is stronger than the Suck one these days. Because I don't have Suck Hashes CC me or block jump me nearly as effectively as Awaken Hashes. I don't remember that always being the case either. I know they ended up... I know once upon a time if you wanted to do the block jump shit as an Awaken Hash, you had to do it for main hand. So you just have to wait for them to put away their Awaken weapon, and then you would know, okay, be mindful, he might try to block jump. But as soon as they added it to their Q ability, it's like, god damn. Shit's been kind of wild since then. Oh, okay, maybe that's why I'm confusing the two. That makes sense. I don't know what the actual one looks like then. I just know the one where they kind of crouch to the ground and it's like they're waiting, and then they'll land on you. Yeah, that's what I said. But like I said, they can go from a protected ability right into the forward guard. And all you have to do is hold the key press. From what I've been told by Hashes, and correct me if I'm wrong, they can go from like a protected ability straight into the forward guard. So like if I'm in the middle of a lightning prison and they're in there in an SA, they just tap the Q, hold LMB, and then as soon as it hits me, it'll block jump me. Or as soon as they get hit by even the next minor attack, it instantly block jumps. Apparently it takes like no skill at all. Yeah. I think calling it reactive, though, is actually crazy generous. When all you have to do is hit Q and hold LMB, it's not like something where you have to wait for them to hit you and then tap LMB. From what I understand, you just hit the Q, hold LMB, and if they tap you, it instantly does it. That's not reaction at that point. Once again, I don't play Hash. I haven't played it since, at least I haven't played it since it got those changes. But that's not skill. That's not reactive. That's just you pressing an extra button and then it gets handed to you. I definitely have a much more significant time. I am significantly more effective at fighting Suck Hashes and Awaken Hashes because I can pay more attention to their jumps. But the Awaken one just feels insane. Now, what would be cool, maybe this is something they could do for Awaken Hash so they could keep that. Make it so they have to tap LMB after the ability hits. If they tap it before, then it does like a fail animation or something. So this way they can't just do it and hold it. If they try to do that, then it'll, you know, fuck it up and make them unprotected. But as it currently stands, it's way too free, and it's not a difficult thing to do. Not like Dosa Block. I don't know if it's baiting, though. I don't even know if I could call it baiting. Because you just do it. There's no risk, right? There's like no risk to doing it because it's protected. And you can instantly cancel out of it. Or maybe make it so the Q doesn't turn with their camera. So if they do it, or maybe, yeah, I mean, that would be a good fix too. Make it so the Q doesn't turn with their camera and they're locked in the animation. So if they do that, you can actually get behind them and punish them for it. But I will give no, the way that's activated, how free it's activated, I will not give any credit for to the actual hashes who are using it. But that's the thing is, because it's fully protected, the other person doesn't have a choice. Like I said, I could be in the middle of an ability and they just tap it, quickly hold LMB, and it's going to do it. It's not like I can just cancel my ability. It's so fucking fast. It's so fast. That's not, at that point, it's not bait. Maybe if it had a wind up, like if you couldn't activate the block jump immediately. Once again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've seen them do that shit fucking instantly. I'll have already started an ability and they decide to swap to that and then they're instantly holding LMB and then all of a sudden they're behind you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember it always being that strong. I remember when they first did that for Awakening, allowing them to block jump from Awakening. I don't remember it being that strong immediately. Though it might have been something that kind of happened over time. But it is so insane now. It feels so much more insane than Suckhash. Which is scary as hell because Suckhash also, or sorry, Awaken Hash also has the grab, right? Fuck, I just sent those to the wrong storage, I think. Or maybe not. Awaken Hash also has a grab, so you're not safe around them in a super armor, and now you're really not safe around them in a forward guard. Like, at least with a Wegu, it's different, right? They're not as good at punishing super armors, but they're really good at punishing forward guards, right? So it felt like there was a reason for that. But with Hash, like, you know, it does both. Has one of the strongest range grabs in the game. And the strongest block jump in the game. And it's one of the most mobile classes in the game on top of that. The only thing it doesn't do, at least against Sage, it's not a fantastic trader. When I show my edit UI, there's nothing fancy going on. It's huge tracts of land. And maidens. All they have is sand in their underwear. Awaken has had the same BJ since the beginning? No, it hasn't. It didn't have the same block jump from the Awakening kit. I remember that was something that they later added. But it wasn't attached to the Q originally. They later allowed you to do the block jump from the Q. I'm like 99% sure of that. I remember that was a patch where I was like, oh shit, that's kind of crazy. It's always had access to the same main hand block jumps, as far as I know. But unless I'm mistaken, which is certainly possible, I don't remember it always being able to use it from Awakening. It had to swap to main hand to set it up. They lowered the cooldown and made it fully protected. Oh, was that the thing? Maybe it was them making it protected. Maybe that's what I'm misremembering about it. I don't remember when I played Hash, though. I don't remember the Q ever being unprotected, though. I always remember that having the forward guard. Because that definitely had the forward guard when I played Hash. I remember that. Because you would also use that to heal instead of HP on hit. This was back before Ensnaring Sands and like Serpent's Coil had the heals too. Like there wasn't much healing in the Hash kit at that time, and Q was like the main one. That probably shows how long it's been since I played Hash. I was still grinding underwater when I fucked around with Hash. Shit, now you're making me want to go back and find that actual patch note about that ability, because I could have swore that was when they added the block jump from the Awakened weapon, but I mean, I trust you guys more than me. I might be just misremembering. I just know that that shit didn't feel nearly as much of a problem then as it does now. Although maybe NA just lacked a lot of good Awaken hashes, right? We didn't have like, what was his name, Zeta here. I think the only hash that I ran into frequently on NA would be like Disto, and you know, he's okay. Yeah, I know Q is the block. He tries hard, good heart. Yeah, he's a good dude. He tries hard. Oh, so when you say it was fully protected, that's what you mean. I mean, does that ability need to be protected on the jump? Like, it CCs you so fast now. Like I said, I was fighting an Awaken hash just the other day, and There was one point where I was CC'd before he even started the animation behind me. It was so fast. The CC came out so quick. I know. Either way, I've always said, like, block jumps like that are bullshit. It should require you to manually position. When you see a forward guard, you should have to manually position yourself and then go for the CC. Having shit that just automatically does that for you is bullshit. At that point, it's practically like a grab, right? So, that's why I said when they first added the knockback to Impaling Flash on Sage, I said that's fucking bullshit. It pissed me off. Because that's something I hated on other classes, and I didn't want it on my class, and then they fucking did it. Now that's not nearly as strong as those other ones, but man, it's still BS. The knockback on this should go. Wukong does have big potential. It just needs some CCs. Crabs aren't free. They're pretty free. When you compare them to classes without grabs, like fight somebody, for example. Fight somebody and see how many times you CC them without a grab versus with a grab. I hate when my class is buffed. I hate when they do the wrong buffs. I was saying even before these buffs came in, I was saying that, you know, I would like some minor tweaks, some bug fixes, some quality of life changes. But I always said that, like, Awakening Sage is so close to the precipice of being just fucking completely broken that if they ever buff it the wrong way, and they'll do it very easily, that, yeah, it's going to be exactly that. And almost as if PA wanted to prove my point. They did it the wrong way, and it ended up just broken. Yeah. Just having a grab on the table completely changes the way your opponent's allowed to play around you too, right? It completely changes the dynamic of the whole matchup. You don't even have to ever throw your grab once, but because you have it, it forces them to play differently. What do you think about the changes on global for Sage? What do you mean the changes on global for Sage? There's no changes on global. We have all the changes that are currently coming. Make Riftstorm and Lightning Prison iframes? That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. And triple the damage while you're at it, and the AoE size, and cut the cooldown in half. In fact, if I hit your character with a lightning prison, it should send some electricity up through your keyboard and your mouse and electrify you out of game 2. And then the police should show up and take you to prison. First you get the lightning, then you go to prison. What if I like how it feels? Yeah. Man's licking his fingers before he touches his mouse and keyboard, getting ready. All bricked up. The thing about Orca is he enjoys sitting on a rooftop, being completely safe from any classes that are vertically challenged way too much to ever be down on the ground with the peasants. That's how most rangers are. The second they have to, it's like they're playing the floor is lava. They can't handle it. One second, I'm making a meme. There we go. Tell me right now that this isn't every fucking ranger that plays BDO. That's Norelio too. Fucking Deadeyes are the same way. That's me looking at Savior? Me too. That's all of us looking at Savior. Archers were as well. No, archers have always had really bad verticality. I don't know if they fixed that. I don't think they have. Archers try to do it because rangers do it so well, and then they go up there and throw their abilities, and the abilities hit nothing, even though the enemies are directly in front of them. Almost Master 10 training. Oh my goodness. Oh, looks like the stream might be a little bit longer today than I expected. Apparently the kids just jumped back in the lake and they're swimming again, so I guess they're not going to be home for a couple more hours. They do. They really do. Should probably go to the grocery store tonight too. I gotta get some stuff for the house. We're getting a little thin over here on groceries. We're gonna be gone for a few days, but my dad's gonna come and stay and watch the house. So I gotta make sure I get him some stuff to cook for himself while he's here. My dad always wants the same things. He's like, give me a bag of onions, give me some peppers, give me some chicken breasts, and make sure you have some rice. Like, okay. I swear, I think he eats the same thing every night. I don't blame him, that shit's delicious. But I'm thinking of getting a, like a big pork roast and making pulled pork the day before we go, and then putting it all in a container and bringing it to camp with us, and then I'll just heat it up there at camp. We'll have like pulled pork. I was thinking though, instead of like pulled pork sandwiches, maybe make like pulled pork quesadillas. That sounds kind of awesome. He about to live till he's 120 with that? Yeah. Pulled pork quesadillas are so good. I do it with leftover pork roast. Yeah. That sounds so good. Bring out some cheese and some peppers.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Archives guide, there's some combos that can't get to work. Did they remove the animation cancels? Which combos are you talking about? As far as I'm aware, they haven't done that. But maybe if you tell me which one, I'll look at it. Judgment Upsurge. I mean, this works. That's always canceled like that, and it still works fine. It does a lateral upsurge though, not a forward upsurge. There's two different types of upsurge, right? So when you look at the ability, it says attack damage, and then there's lateral and forward, and that's depending on which of the two you do. So if you do an upsurge off of almost any movement ability in the game, so like off of a bolt, it'll do lateral, and you see the bolts coming out sideways, right? On both sides. If you do lightning surge, same deal. It comes out laterally. If you do impaling flash, just 1 second, waiting on cooldowns, same thing, comes out laterally. And if you do the judgment, it also comes out laterally. And if you do divine executioner, it also comes out laterally, right? So all of those movement abilities, and I don't think I'm missing any, but they all come out laterally. Oh, There's also another one which doesn't make sense, which is Enlightened Bolt. This is something that I've been trying to get them to change. If you do an Enlightened Bolt, which is a range catch, it also does, for some reason, it throws a float out here, but it cancels into an ability that does damage over here, which makes no fucking sense at all. Where it should work like, I believe that it should work the same way as Radiant Annihilation does, where this is a range damage ability. When you do that, then it does the forward upsurge, right? There's also other ways to do the forward upsurge, like if you do a Spear Bolt, right? It does a forward upsurge. If you do a Chain Lightning, it does a forward upsurge. If you do a Tor's Spear, right? It also does the forward upsurge. So it's just about knowing which of those cancel into which. Oh yeah, another ability that cancels into a lateral upsurge is Ripstorm, right? So if you do this and you hold R&B, as soon as the slam comes down, you instantly do the lateral upsurge as well. Are you still here, Lore Mind? Sorry, I missed your question on YouTube. I just saw it. That was like 15 minutes ago. Man's probably like, fuck this guy, he's ignoring me. Yeah, no problem, Joe, bro. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. I'll try my best to help out. $25,000 players on Steam right now? Shut up. Let's see the Steam charts. Oh shit. Thought I would have killed most of these mobs. Damn. Playing 4 minutes ago, 25,000. Yeah, you're right. That's actually, we're currently at the peak for the last 30 days. Oh, excuse me. Thanks, Carnex. The last time BDO was, although this is peak, not average. It's important not to conflate the two. See, the last time was January of 2025. No way we should crack 30k. Oh, I think we definitely cracked 30k for the Edania release. We easily pick up another 5 peak next week. The question is, will we still have them a month later? That's the real question, right? Getting new people in, or getting people back in the game to log back in for new content is easy. Having the new content to make them want to stay is a completely different story, right? When I control one of the regions, I'll be nice to you. I am not going to control one of the regions. I think the likelihood of that happening, unless I get selected for one of the random 3 and win the FFA, I think the likelihood of that happening is extremely small. I think myself, Choice, I don't think any of us streamers are actually going to be part of the castle. Blue thinks you will. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. Is, for one, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding this whole system. Ugh. Why is that not white? The hell? Right? So, wait. What the fuck? There we go. So, first things first. So, for reason number 1, right? Reason number 1. Wait, why is it? Damn it. Where's my pencil at? Reason number 1. So, Castle 1. There's Castle 1, 2, and 3, which gives you 1 stone, 2 stones for enhancing, and 3 stones. So, obviously, if you want to progress, right? If you want to progress as fast as possible and you have the capability, you're always going to want to do the highest castle. So, obviously, I don't want to do these castles. I'm only going to want to do Castle 3 because that's the one that's going to get me 3 stones. Number 2. So, reason number 2. Gear. Now, you might be saying, what do you mean gear, Zethian? You're geared to the teeth. Well, there's only 7 slots. What the fuck kind of 7 is that? There's only 7 slots available based off of gear. Do we really think that there's only 7 people? That there isn't 7 people in North America with at least 1 pen fallen god? There's at least 7 people easily that have 1 pen fallen god. There's more than that. For certain, there's 7 people. I don't have a pen fallen god, so there's no way I'm getting there. In fact, I don't even think one pen fallen god is enough. I think you'll need 2 pen fallen gods to be guaranteed one of those spots. I think there's far more than 7 people with 1 pen fallen god. You're going to need 2 or more to guarantee a spot. Now, I don't think all 7 slots will be 2 or more. I think there will be a few spots up for grabs for people who only have 1 pen fallen god. But as soon as you go down to 1 pen fallen god, right? So there will probably be like 3 or 4 slots of this. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the slots for the castle. Just listen and pay attention. If you weren't here for the beginning of the conversation, go back in the VOD. I don't feel like getting derailed by somebody jumping in late. Anyways, there's only going to be like 3 or 4 slots available for the single fallen godders. I should have put that up there. Now, for all of the people with 1 pen fallen god that are now fighting for those 3 to 4 slots, it's now based off of XP. And Biseptimus's XP is not that high. Now, a lot of people, their XP isn't that high. But I imagine, at least most of the people who have this are like, I don't know. You're going to need this and a decent amount of XP to be guaranteed these last spots. And I don't think Biseptimus has the XP. He has the Fallen God. He has the 1 Fallen God, but he doesn't have the XP. So I think in this 3rd castle here, right? It's just going to be these 3 random slots. And you're just going to have to hope that you get picked for it. That's it. Of all the people who apply to it, and I think there's going to be maybe 100 that apply for that 3rd castle. You got to hope that you roll that 1% chance and get in. All of this assuming everyone has a week 1 deck offhand. That's the thing. Is if you have a Pen Fallen God, you're obviously going to have a deck 1 main hand. Or at least most of them will. Most people who have a Pen Fallen God are fucking rich. We all know your luck, but that's the thing. Even if I get a Pen Fallen God, or sorry, a deck offhand, that doesn't get me this. They have this. This. Like, do you guys not understand how this system works? A deck main hand gets me the bare minimum requirements to do it. People with a Pen Fallen God are already way above the requirements. This is also assuming they all sign up. If they're pushing for this shit, why wouldn't they? If for some reason they're not home that week, then maybe not. But why wouldn't they? That's true. I mean, I guess they could just do the castle for the stones. They don't have to sign up to be the Edania. I think the first week they'll try, and then I think people will get frustrated because they're going to be like, what the fuck? I have a Pen Fallen God. Are you telling me I'm not guaranteed a spot? And then they're going to get mad. But they'll try the first few weeks. They'll probably try during the free-for-all, but then once the actual PvPers, like, because the difference between the people who have Pen Fallen God and the people who are meeting the bare minimum requirements like myself, the difference in gear is really small. The difference in stats, right, is really small. So, and a lot of the people who have Pen Fallen God, I'm not trying to throw any shade, but most of them are probably Giga PvEers and probably aren't great at PvP. They're probably okay. I'm gonna throw a bone, say they're probably okay. If you're that invested in the game, I'm sure you have a basic understanding, right? But these 3 random slots right here, eventually you're gonna get people like Divios in there. And if he wins the free-for-all and makes it to the 1v1, there is a big chance, a huge chance, he wins the 1v1, right? And as soon as he becomes the Edania, it now becomes significantly more difficult to take them out. And I think once that happens, that's when you're going to see those PvEers stop queuing. Because at that point, they're going to say, oh, well, there's no chance I'm beating, I'm going to beat Choice, or I'm going to beat Divios, or I'm going to beat, any of the other big names. People are going to say, oh, there's no chance. I'm not going to bother queuing anymore. And that's when you will see the application drop dramatically. If I get in, it's going to be free win time. Well, I certainly play a really strong 1v1 class. And I think I'm okay. So I think I have a chance if I make it in. Awakening Sage is amazing in a in a free-for-all like that. It's a super annoying class to chase and run down. It heals a lot, it moves a lot, it's hard to trade with, so when it comes down to HP, you're not able to run full DP builds in there, it looks like, either, so you can't even have people like Armin who try to cheese it with a full DP setup and then bleed and then V. Who are your toughest matchups? All of, like, Awakened Sage's toughest matchups, aside from another Awakened Sage, are all classes that aren't great at trading. So you could win by HP as long as you don't get greedy. Like, obviously, a good Awakened Ranger is tough, but they don't trade you. They have to catch you. And when it comes down to HP, you could just start dumping damage over them while they're trying to get close to grab you. You're just dumping damage on them, right? Same kind of deal with Scholar. They don't trade you. They're a tough 1v1 matchup. Tamer, same deal. They don't trade you. Hash, same deal. Hashes have a hard time trading good Awakened Sages. If you try to sit in a lightning prison or a rift storm or something beside them, then they'll trade you, but usually they'll go for the grab instead, right, if they're awakened. Hitting the caps for Enslar. It's not a cap for Enslar. It's the eligibility for Enslar. That's what those stats are. Those aren't caps. You can't even queue, and you can't do that boss, and therefore can't queue for Enslar's castle unless you have that gear or higher. Oh, looks like the girls are on their way home, so they'll probably be here in about an hour. Nice. Warrior? Warrior matchup's definitely Sage favored. In order for Warrior to deal with the damage that Sage does, the thing about Sage is it does really well against heavy SA classes. And in order for Warrior to be able to deal with the damage Sage can do while moving, it typically has to run a DP build, right? It has to run like 1 or 2 DP crystals. But it doesn't look like you're going to be able to run any of those crystals in there. It's like full blast. So in a full blast environment, Awakening Sage dominates Warrior. Where does it say you can't run DP crystals? Because you need to meet specific AP and DP requirements in order to do it. I mean, I guess technically it doesn't say you can't swap when you're in there, but that would completely defeat the purpose of it saying that it's a, you know, specific gear requirement to get in if you could swap as soon as you're in. 1 second, I'll see if I can find it. Oh, I'm getting confirmation that it does say that you can't swap. So yeah, if a warrior can't run a DR crystal or 2, that means I can trade them really, really well. They can't trade me, I could trade them. And I just literally just keep moving around them, over them, and dumping damage on them. Okay, let's see. Donna. I'm going to see if I can find the exact thing too. Donna's Throne, here we go. When you defeat these bosses, you'll get these seals to be eligible. You apply. Let's see. How to apply for the challenge. After applying for it can be renewed. Oh, no. You cannot apply to a challenger of other regions. Okay, this is the selection. C5, you can 5. Okay. Okay, how it will proceed. Only characters using the Edania Challenger seal can enter. You must meet the minimum attack and defense requirement for each castle. So that's for the 10v10. You have to meet the same requirements that it is to enter the castle. If there are 2 or more challenges remaining at the end of the match, it'll be HP. During the duel, a black curtain is activated and gradually reduces the area, dealing damage to adventurers outside. That might help classes like Warrior. Like in a case like Sage, I lose a lot of my ability to maneuver around if it shrinks enough. That makes it really tough for classes like Archer, though. But yeah. Oh, here we go. During a duel, equipment changes and crystal preset changes are not possible. And the Tamer class cannot ride Hailing. It says that right in there. So yeah, you got to go in with the requirements that the castle requires, and you can't swap once you're in. Maybe if, like, you tried to meet the requirements of the first castle, a warrior could then put on a DP crystal, because I think the AP requirement for the first castle is a lot lower. But yeah. What's the AP requirement for the first castle? So maybe like if you want to run a DP crystal, yeah, 350 AP. So you'll definitely have enough AP that if you want to run like a DR crystal, you could apply for the first castle. But the third castle requires 385 DP, so you can't wear any defensive crystals for that. Even the second castle requires sorry, no, I said DP, I meant AP. The second and third castle require 375 and 385 respectively. So you won't be able to meet those AP requirements with a single DP crystal on. So it looks like it might be just the first castle. If you want to run a DP crystal, you might be able to apply for the first castle with a DP crystal. But you'll only be able to wear one. Because they're minus 25 AP a pop, and I know we're not getting over 400 AP with the offhand. No, it's 375, not 370. This was the most recent Global M. I think it was originally 370, 440, but they bumped the AP up by 5. Same with Enslar. They actually reduced the DP on Enslar by 5, but increased the AP by like 15 as well or something. Because they didn't want people to cheese it. As well as putting in other rules to stop yellow accessories. Yeah, they changed them with the most recent Global M. The Pen Narc people only got fucked if they bought in late, or if they were too dumb to know that you could melt Narcs into 200 essences. I recouped like 98% of my money I invested in it by just turning it into essences and selling them. Because I got in early. I saw some people, though, were listing Pen Narcs for under 20 bill. I was like, no, what are you doing? They're probably not dropping much lower than that, because as soon as they drop a little bit lower, yeah. Any of these getting sold at this price? This is why these guys are buying it, by the way. At that price, I'm pretty sure you make a profit. These melt down into 200 essences, which is 20 bill. So I'm pretty sure if you buy at this price, turn it into essences, and then put them back up at max price, there's a little bit of a profit there. You make a huge profit? Not a huge profit. I mean, you still get taxed on the 20 bill, right? You'll get taxed about, assuming you have a merchant ring, I think like 2.3 bill. So you make about a bill profit. A little bit above a bill, maybe. I wouldn't necessarily call that huge, but hey, profit's profit, man. A free bill for doing nothing? Hey, some of us 3 inches is huge. True. So, yeah, Awakened Sage is really good in the free-for-all and really good in the 1v1, so I'm hoping I get selected as one of the random 10. Or random 3 in the first fight. That would be sick to be the first Edania. But it's gonna be up to RNG. I will not get selected for the geared. I think, and like I said, in the first weeks, I think there's gonna be lots of those people queuing for it. And yeah. Now that will diminish over time, right? Even the people who have Pen Fallen God, they have an initial stat advantage, but in pure BDO fashion, it will come down to RNG in a couple of months from now. You know, how lucky everybody got with their first earlier stones will determine, you know, how they separate themselves from the rest of the pack. So, I could very easily, if I get lucky, overtake some of the Pen Fallen God people by like the 3rd or 4th or second month, maybe. You know, if I get lucky and they get unlucky, I'll start passing some of them. You're one of the top geared. That's the thing, though, is there's so few slots that I am not top geared enough. Like I said, I don't think one pen Fallen God is enough to guarantee you a slot. I think it puts you in a pool of players where it's going to come down to XP. Now, if Splendid Stone counted as gear score, I think Splendid Stone should count as like 10 DP. What do you guys think? And then it should also take into consideration all of your Splendid Stones. It should just check to see if you have them in your inventory. Now we're talking. Now I'm guaranteed a spot. Would you leave one Fallen God to tap pen? Or just transfer all four to Edania? No, all four to Edania. The stat difference between even a pen Fallen God and a base Edania is huge in favor of the Edania armor. Never mind a tet to pen, a tet to Edania. The cost of making your own... We did the math earlier too. If we speculate that Edania Part 1B starts giving us 5 stones a week, it's only going to take you... it'll be by about December of next year, if you have average luck, that you'll be full deck armors. That's how much the time gate has been reduced already. That's also based on that one assumption that I said. If you have average luck, there'll be somebody full deck armors. Because it was an average of something like, what, 500 stones? Over, like 518 stones if you have average luck. So if you get 5 stones a week, then, oh, sorry, not December next year, December the year after that. And it becomes December of next year if Part 2 can give up the 10 stones. Because we know we're getting 5 more castles as well, for a total of 10, right? Once there's 10 castles, if the top castle gives 10 stones, then by December of next year, assuming we get the castle at the Calpheon Ball in December, then by December of next year, some people might be full deck armors. Yeah. Right now, Boss 3 gives 3. We're speculating that if Boss 1, 2, and 3 give 1, 2, 3 stones respectively, then there's a good chance that 4 or 5 give 4 or 5 stones, right? Although there is this kind of weird thing going on right now, because technically Inslar is supposed to be the 4th boss, but we're getting her as part of the first set. So maybe they'll change her to eventually be 4. I don't know. Well, that's why we're saying average luck, Thantos. You know, the words I'm using are very important. Assuming average luck. Assuming you don't get lucky and don't get unlucky. If you get lucky, yeah, there might be somebody who's full deck by the end of next year that started from full pet armors. By December of next year, if they get lucky, they could be full deck if they get lucky. Highly unlikely, but certainly possible. Mr. Rapolis might do it. Words are hard, okay, they are. Hey, you know what? 99% of the time, I'm terrible for it. I'll try to get ahead of myself. I don't know if you guys are like me, but I'll be thinking of my next sentence as I'm speaking my previously thought sentence. And then, like, a word will be similar in, like, what I'm trying to prepare to come out of my mouth next to something that I'm saying. And then all of a sudden, I'll just replace the words. And then it just starts coming out like gibberish. I have a bad habit of doing that. Sometimes I feel like I need to slow down and just start, you know, stay focused on what's coming out of my mouth currently instead of trying to get ahead of myself. Old people problems? Yeah, I don't remember having that as much of a problem when I was younger, so that it definitely might be something that's, you know, some type of degeneration that's going on. Reboot my brain. I think I need some wasabi. Snort it. I think that's how you reboot your brain, right? No, I hope I get selected for those 3. Because like I said, I feel like I have a real chance. It'd be super cool to be part of the first fight, especially win it. Awakening Sage is a great class for it. I don't know, Biceptimus, I know you're in here. Do you know if you're going to be able to swap classes? Like, if you do the free-for-all on one class, can you then swap to a different class for the 1v1, or...? Because I feel like some classes get hosed, because some classes are going to be shitty at the free-for-all, and some are going to be shitty at the 1v1. Yeah, I know you can kill the boss on a separate class. I was thinking more so the free-for-all into the 1v1. Like, can you do the free-for-all? Like, if you... Like, Suck Sage, I think, for example, is good for the free-for-all, but obviously not good for the 1v1. You can't change spec? It's listed as no. Oh, damn. So, like, there's a lot of classes then that are gonna have a very difficult time getting Edania, because they're either not going to be strong 1v1 or group class. Like I said, Awakened Sage is in a unique position where it's actually decent at FFAs and decent at 1v1, or strong at both, I should say. Not even decent. Unique, aka broken. Ark, you better watch it. Stop speaking that so loudly. No, you can't run full DP. You actually can't run a single DP crystal in the second and third castle, because then you won't meet the AP requirements and you can't swap once you're in there. You basically have to run full blast. Aside from, like, you can obviously run, like, Heyte and Bitters and Hooms, but you can't run any Jin DP crystals. The thing is, with the first castle, as you get Giga geared, you will be able to put in more accuracy, yes. But initially, you won't have enough headroom to do it. I wonder, actually. When I get my offhand to deck, and I'm gonna have to queue with a Vel, because that gives me 3 more AP as well. Yeah. So, with the deck offhand, I'll be plus 14 AP. Sorry, plus 10... No, 11 AP over what I have now. So... And these will be plus 5 or minus 5 eventually. Oh, you'll be able to run 1. Because I'm 374, I'll be 385 with the deck offhand. So... People who are capped gear-wise will be able to run 1 accuracy accessory. Or 1 accuracy crystal, and that's it. At least for the third castle. Is this Con? This isn't Con. No, this is Vel's heart, but it's got a skin on it. For the first week though, first 2 weeks, I am going to have to wear this though to meet the DP requirement since I don't have a Pen Fallen God. Oh no, I didn't factor in the 2 AP and the one from the journal. Yeah, good point. So that's 3 more AP. So I might be able to run 2. When you upgrade the AP crystals too, they're going to only be minus 5 AP instead of 7. So yeah, I think you guys are right. You will eventually be able to wear 2 between those 2 things. But one thing to consider is nobody can run evasion crystals, right? They won't be able to run the Jin evasion crystals. So are you really going to need 2 Dawns? Probably not, right? If they can't run any evasion, then why would you need to run that much accuracy? Maybe 1, but 2 would definitely be too much. That's the thing. Monstrosity is the evasion people aren't gaining evasion. They're gaining DR. In fact, the evasion people are losing evasion. When you mathematically figure out how much accuracy everybody's gaining versus how much evasion the evasion people are gaining, the amount of effective evasion that evasion players have is going down, not up. But they're gaining a ton of DR. A metric shit ton of DR. So you're going to want that AP more than you want that accuracy. And the DR people, they're the ones that are gaining a bunch of evasion. But they're DR classes, and that evasion isn't going to be doing shit for them, really. With how much accuracy everybody's gaining, the amount of evasion DR's gaining is going to mean nothing. It'd probably be no difference at all. Wait, you're telling me that the DR gain people gain is going to matter? Fucking Nostradamus. Holy! How could you ever have predicted that? That's the thing, is the DR affects both. So there's zero build diversity in this game now? Primarily, your build diversity is going to come through Lightstones and crystals. That's really it, right? This shit. This is your build diversity. And in that mode, since you're not allowed to change these really, maybe 1 accuracy. Or BSR. You could probably run a BSR crystal too. Although I think you would rather have the raw stats. I don't think any of those fights are really going to last long enough where you're going to want an extra 25% BSR. No, it's just the Lightstones. The artifacts are pretty static. If you're evasion, you run the evasion ones or the DR ones. If you're DR, you just run the DR ones. That's not really build diversity. Right? Build diversity is if you have options, or sorry, your class having options to go one way or the other. That's build diversity. Your class being forced to build one way is not build diversity. Even though there are options, you're either just doing it right or you're doing it wrong. Can you run the third castle without being full Edania? Yes. I will be able to do the third castle. I have to get the deck off, and you don't even need to full Edania. If you get 1 Edania armor and use a Tor's, what is it called? No, not a Tor's, a Perilous Star. If you use a Perilous Star and 1 armor, then the second week you'll be able to do the third castle. But that means you got to give up one of your armor conversions the first week. You got to do the second castle, convert one of your armors to Edania, and then enhance it to Pry. And there's going to be, even if you max out your stack, there's a 10% chance you fail that, and it'll feel miserable if you do. Because the Edania armor conversions are a big stat jump. If you fail your Pry enhancement, then you rage quit. Until the next week. Uninstall Anglia. You're now behind a week by 1 stone. There's no catching up ever after that. You're forever behind. Hey, 2025 by Septimus is kind of different. If this were 2024 by Septimus, maybe, but 2023 or 2022 or 2021, or 2020 or 2019 by Septimus. But we're talking 2025 by Septimus. It's been 7 years. We did the math. Apparently, it took 7 years for his RNG to flip. That's why I had the theory, you know? He broke a mirror? Exactly. That's what I said to him. I said, wait a minute. It's been 7 years since you were lucky. Did you break a mirror 7 years ago? And that was your 7 years of bad luck? Because in 2018 or late 2017, he was lucky. He was slapping pen dandies like they were nothing. And then all of a sudden, 7 years of bad luck. I'm not a superstitious fella, but it makes you think, you know? Yeah, it's only up from here. Let's just hope he doesn't break another mirror. He doesn't have any reflective. Yeah, houses. Mirrors are banned from his house. To be safe, he uses his webcam as a mirror. Everybody has to sit in front of the PC and use it like a mirror. Just to be safe. He uses people as a mirror. How does that work? How does he drive? He sticks his head out the window and looks behind him. Obviously. Ace Ventura style, or I don't know, whatever Jim Carrey movie it is. Or maybe that's Dumb and Dumber, you know? He's just sticking his head out, looking behind him. Oh, yeah, Joe, bro. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, abilities that you put on hotkeys typically don't allow you to do cancels if you do them from the hotkey. Not even 68. I know, right? Only problem is, after 68 comes 69, and once I'm 69, I don't even think you guys will allow me to level up anymore. Because you guys like funny numbers. If there ever comes a day I'm 69, somehow I'm starting a petition for PA to create a level lock. Yeah. You could always just feed yourself the mobs to lower your XP. When Lineage 2 first came out, that game had a system where if you out-leveled the mobs by just even a little bit, the loot tables, the chances went down dramatically. So I remember I'd spend lots of time de-leveling just so I could continue to grind lower spots without using any soul shots. Because grinding without soul shots was significantly more profitable. People would spam soul shots like they were crack. They didn't realize they were constantly throwing money away. I'm going to call it a day here, though, you guys. The family's going to be home in about 15 minutes or so. So I'm going to find someone to raid. Thank you all for hanging out today. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Wasn't planning on streaming today, but it worked out. I think I'm going to send you guys over to Mr. Jules. Mr. D. Jules. Cool, perfect. He just stepped away from the PC. Perfect time to raid him. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful day. And we'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Much love to all of you. Good luck with any of your enhances and grinding and all that crap you might do today.